Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. I am Leo Sanchin, Chair of the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, and also in attendance are Commissioners Naomi Kuae and Colin Yos. We also have our Chief Counsel, Caroline Ishida, Supervising Attorney Mark Kaetsu, and Docket Attorney Julia Verburgi. Before we begin, a few housekeeping matters. Restrooms are located in the basement of the building and access codes have been provided to those in attendance today. We will be taking breaks in the proceeding at my discretion, as well as a 1-hour break for lunch, approximately between noon and 1 p.m. This hearing is scheduled to adjourn for the day at 4:30 p.m. However, I may extend the hearing beyond 4:30 at my discretion. We are live streaming this hearing so that the public may observe. This will also serve as a recording for later transcription by a court reporter. Thus, it is critical that you speak clearly so that members of the public watching the live stream and the court reporter transcriber can clearly hear you. Each day of the hearing will be live streamed and recorded separately on the Commission's YouTube channel, which is accessible through the following link. Just go to youtube.com and search for @HPUC. A copy of the recording will also be available to view at the end of each day. The hearing is also being broadcast live as follows. On Oahu via Olelo Community Media. Today it is on channel 54. On Tuesday, it is on channel 55. On Wednesday, channel 55. On Thursday, channel 49. And Friday, channel 55. On Kauai is also being broadcast live via Ho'ike, all days on channel 53. And on Hawaii Island via Naleo, all days channel 55. Let me get to an item that occurred over the weekend on the statement of issues. On September 27th, 2025, the consumer advocate asked the Commission to provide additional context to the statement of issues and confirmed that the following language from pages 4 and 5 of order number 41840 still applies. I will note that this language, and I'll read it. Nothing precludes the consumer advocate and Waiakea from seeking discovery of these sub-issues or addressing them in their respective statements of position, including recommending that the Commission impose certain conditions. Indeed, the Commission advocate already raised some of these sub-issues in its protest relating to YB's TRI requests. The Commission also agrees that retaining the original stipulated SOI statement of issues will provide flexibility to the parties, Waiakea, and the Commission in considering YB's GRI requests, while taking into account the Commission's current intent to issue a GRI decision by December 31st, 2025, barring any unforeseen events. Finally, the Commission cautions that it will reassess if YB attempts to preclude the consumer advocate or Waiakea to the extent relevant to its scope of participation from exploring these sub-issues via discovery or otherwise. The Commission confirms that this language still applies to this docket and the evidentiary hearing.
Thank you, Chair.
And let's now turn to Waiakea's motion to withdraw. On September 25th, 2025, Waiakea filed a motion to withdraw, requesting to be excused from the hearing. On the same date, Young Brothers filed a response to the motion to withdraw, clarifying that Waiakea has confirmed its mutual understanding that Waiakea intends to seek to fully withdraw from the proceeding and rescinds its written filings from the record, including Waiakea's direct testimony filed on August 28, 2025. The consumer advocate also filed a response on September 25th, 2025, taking no position on the motion to withdraw. The commission would like to hear first from Young Brothers regarding Waiakea's motion to withdraw, including YB's statement that it is Waiakea's intent to rescind its written filings. And next, the commission would like to hear from the consumer advocate. So, Mr. Young Brothers?
Thank you, Chair. Young Brothers stands on his written submission. I'm not sure if the commission has specific questions, but we do not oppose the withdrawal, provided that it's clear that Waiakea's direct testimony is fully withdrawn.
Chair, similarly, we were concerned about the possibility of their testimony staying in the record, but not being able to cross them on it. But with our understanding that they are fully withdrawing all of their testimony, we take no position on the motion to withdraw.
Right. Okay, so based on the record, the commission hereby grants Waiakea's motion to withdraw. However, regarding the rescission of Waiakea's findings, we'll note that, while it is direct testimony formally submitted, etc., for somebody like Waiakea, a company, we treat the public as public comments as well, right? And those are never, taken out of the record. And I think, given that we have granted the motion to withdraw, we're gonna keep those items in. We'll try not to refer to them. To my knowledge, we are not having any questions on them. But then they will just become public comment and will be, given its weight in terms of comments made to the commission. Also, there was another motion by Waiakea regarding their allowance to remotely testify. So in light of the motion to withdraw and the granting thereof, the commission deems Waiakea motion to allow remote testimony moot. Okay. Lastly, before we do get into the evidentiary hearing, the parties stipulation regarding admission of exhibits at the hearing. On September 26, 2025, the parties filed a stipulation as to the admissibility of all exhibits that are not already part of the record that were in their exhibits list filed on September 24th, 2025, provided that they are used at the hearing. These exhibits include YB hearing 01 through YB hearing 12 and hearing exhibits CA1 and CA2, as well as YB hearing 13, reference on September 26, 2025, which refers to the CA's expert Karl Pavlovic's biography. Seeing that the parties have already stipulated to this, the commission will grant this stipulation, and we will issue an order regarding these matters forthcoming. Okay. So, with those items, housekeeping items out of the way, I will open this evidentiary hearing for Public Utilities Commission, docket number 2025-0255, related to Young Brothers LLC's request for a general rate increase and certain tariff changes filed on October 15, 2024. Young Brothers also filed a request for temporary rate relief on February 7, 2025, which was granted in part through order number 41777, filed on June 27, 2025. Among other things, the order approving temporary rate relief required Young Brothers to provide a comprehensive business plan, which was initially filed on June 30th, 2025, which was followed by an amended business plan filed on August 21st, 2025. At this time, the issues to be addressed in this evidentiary hearing are: one, is Young Brothers' proposed rate increase reasonable, including but not limited to: A, are the proposed tariffs, rates, and charges just and reasonable? B, are the revenue forecasts for the January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025 test year, or hereafter known as the test year, at present rates and proposed rates reasonable? C, are the projected operating expenses for the test year reasonable? D, is the projected rate base for the test year reasonable? And are the properties included in the rate base used and useful for public utilities purposes? And E, is the rate of return requested reasonable? 2, are Young Brothers' proposed tariff 5A changes reasonable? And 3, is Young Brothers' proposed first tier of water carrier inflationary cost index, or WICI, reasonable? As noted in the Commission's pre-hearing conference order filed on September 26, 2025, the provisions set forth in the pre-hearing conference order shall govern this evidentiary hearing. So can we now please have appearances for the parties' representatives, beginning with Young Brothers, followed by the consumer advocate?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, Commission staff, Consumer Advocate Council. Good morning. Jeff Ono, appearing on behalf of Young Brothers. With me is David Nakashima, Kendrick Chang, Don Igusa, as well as Sophia Morgan. We're at Watanabe Inn. Would you like me to introduce the Young Brothers team?
Sure.
With us today is President of the company, Frank Almaraz, also Vice President Chris Nakagawa, General Counsel Lauren Imada, Associate General Counsel David Veltri, Keith Kiyotoki is here, Robin Chu from Portage Point Partners, David St. Amen, Dr. Bente Villetson, both consultants to Young Brothers, Dr. August Ancrum, Warren Fisher, Greg Meyer, Michael Starkey, and Al Felsenthal. These are all consultants for Young Brothers.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. Consumer advocate.
May it please the Commission, Mickey Knox for the Consumer Advocate. I just wanted to take 2 seconds. Executive Director Michelangelo very much wanted to be here today, but he is recovering from a pretty nasty bug over the weekend. We talked about it, and for everyone's sake, he agreed to stay back for at least a day or two. But I believe he might be watching, and he very much wanted to be here today.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. All right. As noted in the pre-hearing conference order, it is the Commission's preference to avoid the need for any in-camera proceedings or closing the hearing to the public. The Commission appreciates the parties' efforts to maintain the transparency of the hearing by their questioning of witnesses in a manner that will not publicly disclose information filed under confidential seal. Should a party request to close a portion of the hearing, the Commission will review this request pursuant to Oahu Publications, Inc. versus On. And the citation is 133 Hawaii 482, 331 P 3D 460 2014. And consider whether the closure serves a compelling interest. Two, there is a substantial probability that in the absence of closure, this compelling interest would be harmed. And three, there are no alternatives that would adequately protect the compelling increase. Just a reminder, witnesses, you will be under oath. I will administer the oath when you folks come up to be cross-examined. Please speak slowly and clearly, and please respond to questions verbally so the live stream can capture your response. For both witnesses and counsel, please avoid talking over or interrupting each other so that each person's questions or statements can be clearly heard by the commission and public. As a reminder to counsel, parties do not need to provide hard copies of hearing exhibits to the commission or to each other in this evidentiary hearing. An examining party will identify an exhibit that they are using to question a witness, but the title of the exhibit and the date it was filed in the commission's Case and Document Management System, or CDMS, or other repository as may be applicable. When examining a witness about an exhibit, the examining party should allow for a short amount of time before beginning questioning for the other party to locate their copy of the exhibit. This does not apply to parties' exhibits, if any, reflecting new information that was not disclosed in the party's exhibit list filed on September 24th, 2025. In the event a party attempts to utilize or offer into evidence a document that has not been previously disclosed to the commission or other party, the admittance of said document shall be subject to the prevent manifest injustice standard set forth in HER Section 16-601-37B as in boy. The opportunity for redirect examination and recross examination may be requested orally during the hearing and is subject to my discretion. We'll now turn to opening statements. Each party will have 10 minutes to make an opening statement. Young brothers will start, followed by the consumer advocate. Mr. Ono? Or
Mr. Nakashima will deliver opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair Sangshin, Commissioner Kauai, Commissioner Yos, and Commission staff. Initially, I planned to open with a statement about how Young Brothers is doing everything in its power to break the cycle, including carrying out the Commission's orders stemming from the management audit in Docket 2019-0117, and implementing the recommendations made by the Hawaii State Water Carriers Working Group, convened by the Commission back in 2020. But after further thought, allow me to take a step back and reframe what this case is really about. What's really at stake here? This rate case is about saving the lifeline between the islands. YB, a water carrier whose history dates back over 100 years in Hawaii, connects the island communities in a way that other local utilities cannot. Tomatoes from Kamuela, poi from Hanalei, chocolate dipped shortbread cookies baked in Hilo or Honolulu, or one of my favorites, craft beer from Maui. Or maybe it's the car, your first car, or the outrigger canoe for your first big race on the neighbor island. The cargo transported by YB are not just goods. They are key components of people's lives. You see, YB doesn't just support local businesses and provide for local families. They help shape experiences and memories in Hawaii. YB is deeply intertwined in the fabric of our communities. It's easy to lose sight of that, but we shouldn't. YB is the lifeline between the islands, and it is this YB that needs help staying afloat right now. Now, I know what you may be thinking, Mr. Nakashima, this is a rate case. That's all well and good. But this is about numbers. It's about showing that the capital expenditures, the capital investments are used and useful. It's about demonstrating what the operating expenses will be like in a test year. It's not about this extra color, this context. And to that, I would say, I agree. But let's be consistent then. Don't be distracted or influenced by the extraneous narratives. Focus on the evidence in the record. Because the evidence in the record will show you that YB has proven that it is entitled to a rate increase of at least 25.75%. And the approval of the annual interim rate adjustment mechanism that we've been referring to as WIKI in this docket, as recommended by the Hawaii Water Carriers Working Group. It is undisputed that the consumer advocate has accepted YB's proposed rate base with the exception of the prepaid pension asset and other post-employment benefits. The cost of service model has also been decided by the Commission in Docket 2020-0135. So the jurisdictional allocations are also not in dispute. There are only two main outstanding issues that have a significant impact on the revenue requirement: the rate of return and cost of capital, and the CA's blanket adjustments to various operating expenses. With respect to the first issue, the evidence will show that YB has submitted a comprehensive analysis performed by a cost of capital expert. Specifically, YB's cost of capital expert implemented standard cost of capital estimation models, including the discounted cash flow model and the capital asset pricing model, along with an analysis of YB's risk. The consumer advocate, on the other hand, didn't do any of that. The CA's consultant didn't run any of his own models. In fact, the evidence will show that the CA's consultant just took YB's proposed cost of equity, or the range of the proposed cost of equity, and simply selected, and by the way, which they agreed is reasonable, and simply selected the bottom number of that range because, according to the consultant, YB is a regulated utility, and therefore its risk must automatically be lower. If the record in this case shows anything, it shows that YB's risk is not lower. If anything, it's at the high end of that range. With regard to the second outstanding issue, the evidence will show that the consumer advocate's recommended operating expenses fall far short of YB's actual annualized expenses for 2025. In other words, under the CA's proposal, YB's new rates will be insufficient to cover its own operating costs from the outset. That's not how you break the cycle. That's how you maintain it. Speaking of breaking the cycle, the Commission convened the Water Carriers Working Group from stakeholders from across the public and private sectors to find solutions, workable solutions to address YB's financial situation. The number one recommendation made by the working group was the two-tiered interim annual rate adjustment mechanism, WIKI, coupled with a general rate case every 3 years. The evidence will show that YB has been earnestly pursuing the WIKI mechanism for over a year now. In fact, the record will show that YB has done everything that the Commission has asked for it to do within its control to continue providing safe and reliable water carrier services in the state. And YB will continue to do everything it can to right the ship and to keep the islands connected. But it cannot do it alone. And it cannot do it with timely and adequate rate relief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nakashima. Mr. Knox.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you to the commissioners, commission counsel and staff, and Young Brothers Council and officers and consultants for being here today. Commissioners, we agree with Council for Young Brothers that it is a vital lifeline between the islands. And because it is so vital, we need to help Young Brothers, because it is not clear the Young Brothers knows how to best help itself. Young Brothers' current rate request is inextricably intertwined with years of business decisions. And Young Brothers' business decisions have not been geared towards long-term financial resilience or even towards long-term financial stability. Rather, Young Brothers has made significantly large capital investments and has been unable to control its expenses. Additionally, Young Brothers also sent up profit distributions as much as it felt it could. Young Brothers has habitually left itself unable to weather downturns. That is, the company has not been controlling its expenses for the past several years, squeezing profits out of the company in up years, thus leaving itself cash-strapped, and then going into financial crises in down years. That state of crisis is a predictable result of Young Brothers' business decisions, at least predictable to everyone other than Young Brothers, it seems. And for every crisis, Young Brothers' one answer seems to be repeatedly to seek higher and higher rates. That has been the cycle Young Brothers has been stuck in. In this rate case application, in this latest crisis in the cycle, Young Brothers is requesting more revenue than it can justify. On top of the return of rate base through depreciation of several large recent investments, Young Brothers is seeking an unreasonably high return on rate base and abnormally high test year expenses. Young Brothers does need some reasonable rate increase in this proceeding to cover the expenses and returns it can justify. However, the consumer advocate witnesses have raised several criticisms of the magnitude of significant expenses and of the proposed rate of return. Young Brothers will go into the weeds of the consumer advocate witnesses' recommended adjustments. That's fair. Calculating and recalculating utility rate making is complicated. Everyone here knows that. But while we are all in the weeds, please do not lose sight of the consumer advocate's criticisms at a high level. Young Brothers is trying to lock in abnormally high operating expenses right now, and is trying to justify a very high rate of return based on a cherry-picked proxy group of benchmark companies. Young Brothers, as the applicant, is the party with the burden of proof. With that burden, Young Brothers is asking for another steep rate increase. But because of Young Brothers' cycle of repeated recent rate increases, all built up by now, one after another on top of each other, granting it any additional rate increase that is above what can be robustly justified, any amount over what it really needs, actually hurts it in the long term. If not guided by the Commission's better judgment and discernment, Young Brothers would price itself out of its own market. Excuse me. In proposed rates, Young Brothers is also asking for an unprecedented additional increase for price elasticity of demand over the rates that might earn it an approved revenue requirement. If this is granted, this additional rate increase price elasticity effects could allow Young Brothers to over-collect from its customers by millions if such price elasticity effects do not occur to the extent Young Brothers predicts. I want to repeat that. If approved, this extra increase could lead to millions of dollars of over-collection. Now, the consumer advocate does not deny the theory of price elasticity effects. In meetings, we even warned about the possibility of it as a long-term enterprise risk for repeated rate hikes, a utility death spiral, driving some customers to alternative shipping channels, or some other customers, like maybe small businesses on the neighbor islands without alternatives, driving some of them just out of business. But even though the consumer advocate has discussed possible future price elasticity effects and their risks, neither the consumer advocate nor Young Brothers can be certain the extent to which they may decrease sales upon raising rates, and relying on such uncertainty is anathema to traditional rate-making principles. What's more, Young Brothers' reaction to the possible effect and proposed application of it in rate-making, that is to raise rates even more, is the exact opposite of the prudent course of action if such effects should be applied to rate-making. It would exacerbate the effects to raise rates even more to account for price elasticity. The prudent and reasonable way to account for increasing price elasticity for utility is to deliver its services in the most cost-effective manner possible, and even to work through cost control on bringing rates back down to less elastic levels that are more usual for public utilities. Young Brothers is also seeking an annual automatic rate increase, starting in but continuing on after this rate case, the WICI. Yes, such a mechanism was one recommendation from the legislature's requested water carrier working group, which the consumer advocate participated in. However, here in the quasi-judicial area of a PUC docket, those recommendations are not binding. Much less, like any proposal by an applicant, Young Brothers gets no presumption of approval. It still has the burden of proof. In docket 2024-0092, the consumer advocate was the one to insist on considering the WICI in this docket, along with Young Brothers' general rate increase. We do not regret that recommendation, and our argument and testimony to not approve a WICI at this point, based on basic rate-making principles and incentives, was not in contradiction with or reconsideration of assessing the WICI alongside the general rate increase. Considering them together was prudent, holistic rate-making. If the WICI were considered separately, it might only give the illusion of not being additive to the rate case request. Recommending to not approve a WICI at this point is rather just the exercise of our previous recommendation to consider the WICI with the rate case, and a determination that a broad inflationary rate adjustment mechanism is not in the customer's interest. Finally, directly after this rate case docket concludes, Young Brothers desperately needs a non-rate case docket outside of its cycle of crisis and constructed urgency, where we can all investigate the root causes of these financial and operational problems. Young Brothers is long overdue for some sort of investigatory docket. Maybe one less like the audit in the last general rate case in docket 2019-0117, more like an inclusive IRP. We can figure out those outlines and details once such a docket is opened. But what is clear already is that this important investigatory docket should look at Young Brothers' operations and finances, its total company business decisions, and the effects of those on its regulated performance, and produce a new energetic regulatory framework in which to stabilize and improve Young Brothers' financial and operational performance. I go back to my opening message. Young Brothers needs our help, just maybe not in all the ways it's asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. We'll now turn to the first phase of this evidentiary hearing, examination of YB's witnesses. So, well, Alan Rosenthal, please stand and identify yourself before I proceed with administering the oath. You want to come up to the witness stand?
Yeah, excuse me, Ms. Morgan will present this witness.
Mr. Felsenthal, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Felsenthal, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Alan Felsenthal. F as in Frank, E-L, S like Sam, E-N-T-H-A-L.
Thank you. We tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Knox?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming all this way.
My pleasure.
Would you please turn to your rebuttal testimony on page 10 and look at lines 1 through 5? Look at there too. Please let me know when you have it.
I have it.
Thank you. I'm going to read it from my notes, but please tell me if I get anything wrong. To the extent that cumulative pension and OPEB contributions to a pension or VEBA trust exceed the cumulative pension and OPEB expense under GAAP, representing a recoverable cost in the rate-making process, the source of such contributions must be in the company's investors must be the company's investors, as customers have only been charged for the pension/OPEB expense. Did I get that right?
That's true.
Thank you. I want to ask you, was the prepaid pension asset a choice for Young Brothers?
The prepaid pension asset is a result of making contributions in accordance with ERISA
Mhm.
and recording pension expense in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. It's a result.
I see. So the company didn't have a choice to expense, to go with an all expense option for its pension cost.
I don't know what that, I don't know what that means.
Sorry. Okay, I think I got my answer. Thank you very much. We have no further cross for this witness right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Commission, staff, also questions? Commissioners? None? All right. Thank you, Mr. Frosenthal. Next up, Frank Amaraz. Mr. Amaraz, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Young Brothers will stand on Mr. Almaraz's written direct testimony. It was actually Jay Anna's testimony, which Mr. Almaraz has substituted for.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Knox.
Mr. Amaros, thank you for
Morning.
coming. Did you sign the cover letter to the business plan that was filed in this docket on July 30th, 2025?
I did send a cover letter. The letter itself is dated July 30th.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Would you please turn to page 4 of the cover letter?
There.
Do you see the 3 numbered points in the 3-pronged strategy?
I see them.
So looking at number 2, pursuit of transformative initiatives. Do you see where it reads, and potentially a revised sailing route and/or schedule structure to provide greater flexibility, improve asset utilization, and reduce structural overtime?
I see that.
Is YB seeking any commission approval for any potentially revised sailing routes or schedule structures in this rate case docket?
Not in this rate case docket. No, no request to change current sailings.
So if those changes would require any commission approvals, you'd agree that those would need a new docket subsequent to this rate case, correct?
I don't know the regulated mechanisms to make the request, but I do know that it's a request that we make outside of this rate case.
Thank you. Would you please turn to page 7 of that cover letter?
Sure.
And there's a series of bullets. The last one, I think, the 4th bullet. Do you see where it reads stakeholder outreach and engagement?
Yes.
What sorts of engagement did you have in mind?
Any change to our service, obviously we have a 125-year legacy to keep, safe, frequent, and reliable sailings. We have 12 weekly sailings to among the neighbor islands, and that involves a lot of people. It involves the commission, it involves the consumer advocate, it involves our customers and the community broadly. Any effort to size and determine what a change to sailings might look like would involve engagement and input from all the relevant parties, which we would expect to do in a very robust way.
Just to check on that, for the stakeholders, does that include the consumer advocate and the commission?
Yeah, what I said a second ago was that it would include, I mean, as broadly cast a net as possible so that we are able to share what our intentions are and get feedback, particularly from those impacted customers, but as well from all relevant stakeholders, including what I just mentioned.
Yeah. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Commission Counsel? Or turn on your mic.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to face you, but I'll kind of like do this. Okay.
Apologies for
No
that.
worries.
Good morning, Mr. Alvarez. My name is Julia Virogi. I'm one of the attorneys at the PUC here. Let's stay on the letter that you signed accompanying the business plan dated July 30th, 2025. I'd like to turn to, I'm still looking at, I'm going to go back to page 3, which, bottom of page 3. And this is related to Mr. Knox's questions about stakeholders. So I'm going to read from bottom page 3 to the top of page 4. You state in this letter accompanying your business plan that we recognize that tough choices lie ahead and that implementation will require close coordination with stakeholders within the various island communities we serve. So you just discussed with Mr. Knox that about what YB was considering for future efforts as to community stakeholder engagement. And I wanted to ask what you did as to your past efforts, like prior to submitting this business plan, as part of developing it, did YB or anyone on YB's behalf seek input from customers as to what changes they would be willing to accept in terms of service?
Thanks for the question. So as to what resulted in the business plan that was provided to the commission and staff, Robin Chu will be able to tell us better as to the details of what's in the plan itself. I will say that having myself visited with customers in Hilo and with, reading lots of feedback that we got from engagements with customers and the different ports, our customer care and executive teams did make significant outreach effort to share our plans for what we're talking about here today with our customers and to get feedback on a variety of things. Chris Nakagawa can give more detail on what that outreach effort looked like.
Yeah, excuse me, can I make a suggestion? Questions concerning the business plan. Ms. Robin Chu is the author of the business plan. And I just want to make a suggestion that if we have questions about the business plan, we could have both Mr. Almaraz as well as Ms. Chu kind of in a panel discussion. Consumer advocate can then cross-examine either of the two witnesses.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah. Consumer advocate, any objections to that?
No objections, but currently we don't have any more questions on the business plan. We might, but currently we don't. So if that would help the commission, then we have no objections to that idea.
Okay. Sure. Why don't Ms. Chu, if you want to come up, let me swear you in so that in advance here.
And so there's a spot right here. Nice to meet you. All right. Robin? Oh, wait, let me trade you chairs.
Ms. Chu, do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And just as clarification, I believe Ms. Chu is due back for, I guess, any cross-examination on her testimony directly, correct?
Ms. Chu did not submit direct testimony. She is a sponsor of various
Correct. Okay.
IR responses. So yes, we will
subject.
present her in that regard.
All right, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Council,
Good morning, Ms. Chu.
Good morning.
So earlier, Frank Alvarez stated that you may have more knowledge about the customer outreach that was performed prior to submitting the business plan filed on July 30th, 2025. So I would like to ask the same question of you. To your knowledge, did YB or anyone on YB's behalf seek input from customers as to what changes they would be willing to accept in terms of service level prior to submitting the business plan on July 30th, 2025?
So no specific changes, and in fact, really no changes to service are contemplated as part of the business plan. So to your specific question, that wouldn't have been necessary. I will say that in our development of the business plan, it was what we would consider a broad and well thought out process where we consulted with many members of the management team, reviewed information and research, and relied on our professional judgment, as well as reviewed information that has been prepared through various years of history between the Commission and YB and the Consumer Advocate.
Okay, so you state that no changes to services are contemplated, and you state that they were not necessary. Can you explain why this is the case in your view?
Why that no changes in service are necessary as part of the business plan. The business plan, I think, is a little bit more strategic as opposed to being focused on very specific services. So the business plan, I think, for the record, is composed of three plans or three prongs. The first is what we call process improvement initiatives, which include everything from expense controls and improvements and efforts to increase revenue. The second prong is what we deem transformative initiatives, which are and words that I think have been used for more creative thoughts that may end up being transformative in their nature, but require additional planning and details and thoughts and analysis before they can be executed and discussed in any specificity. And then the third would be this rate case, which includes both the requested rate relief, the rate design, and wiki.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chu. So YB did not think consulting with customers or customer stakeholders was necessary prior to submitting this plan, correct?
In my experience with developing business plans, I think for a document of this level and given what is included in it, that would be unusual.
Okay, thank you. And then how about we discuss customer stakeholders? How about did YB consult with any other stakeholders prior to submitting this plan on July 30th, 2025?
It consulted. In general, I think business plans are developed by management and they're not in the development. There is not consultation necessarily with in a formal sense with external parties. I think the conversations that YB has had through their ordinary course dealings with customers specifically would be incorporated in the ideas that are considered during the development of the business plan. I think in terms of specific stakeholders, again, as is customary, the board would be one stakeholder that would be more closely consulted in the development and presentation of the business plan.
Since submission of this plan on July 30th, 2025, has YB sought input from customers?
Again, the business plan in its current form is not something that would typically be externally discussed. I think it was filed as with the commission in response to the TRI order and at the request. And so I think a lot of the outreach has been with the commission, which this consumer advocate participated in. But business plans, again, are not, this form of a business plan is not something that you approach customers with.
Okay, thank you. Would you please look back at YB's business plan filed on July 30th, 2025? I'm still on page 3. At the second to last line that says, and I will read it out loud for you. We recognize that tough choices lie ahead and that implementation will require close coordination with stakeholders within the various island communities we serve and receipt of feedback and input from these stakeholders. So I'd like to have clarity from you in terms of what type of feedback were you folks anticipating to seek from customers or other stakeholders? Because it appears to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you're stating that that's not necessary as part of the business plan.
I'll take that. That statement, excuse me, applies to the broad business plan generally. There are the items that fall under category 1, which was improvement. It's written there in the letter, improvement of the current business plan, excuse me. And that has a specified list of initiatives that in general are geared at changes that, excuse me, YB can make internally. But the part that is going to most impact customers are any changes that we make to our sailing schedule or certain segments of the business. And that's really where the application of that prior statement comes most into play. And as Robin mentioned, our representatives routinely speak with customers all day, every day, and in informal ways get their thoughts and opinions about what matters most to them and where their biggest concerns are, and the sort of things that in normal course you would expect to find out from your customers and share ideas and thoughts. To the extent that those were applicable, they were mentioned and discussed in the development of the business plan, so that it was not developed in a vacuum from prior knowledge from different places. It was developed for by Portage Point Partners, but for YB and in connection and coordination with YB. The stakeholder engagement is primarily geared to the transformational elements of the business plan.
Yeah, if I may just add one thing, I think what we're trying to draw the distinction is with the business plan versus specific initiatives that may, or decisions or actions that may that may happen going forward that may require customer and other stakeholder input.
Okay, thank you. Frank, Mr. Alvarez. So you said feedback from the customers, YB receives feedback from customers. So to that extent, it was considered as part of its business plan. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know how to answer that. Would you rephrase the question, please?
Yes. You said that YB gets feedback from customers every day, correct?
Yes.
Was that feedback from customers specifically considered in developing this business plan that you filed on July 30th, 2025?
I will say that our employees, all the way up and down and side to side of the organization, have conversations with customers on a daily basis. And those individuals were part of, consulted and part of the building of the business plan. And I'll hand it over to Robin to describe how that perspective was included.
Yeah, I think the business might be helpful just to provide a little bit of context. The business plan is really supposed to be a holistic roadmap for the company going forward from a high level, right? Within it, there may be specific actions or decisions that may happen going forward. And some of those, specifically those that may, as the company decides, impact customers, those would be things that you would get to a level where you have very specific discussions. But a business plan as a whole, it's meant to be an operational and financial vision.
Okay, just one last question on this. So there's no, because you, Ms. Chu, you say this is a high-level plan and a business plan. There's no specific tangible benefits detailed right now in the business plan that you folks filed on July 30th, 2025, correct?
Well, I think that I would disagree with that respectfully, because Young Brothers is in a position of financial distress. And what the business plan is meant to do is to help provide a path forward to getting a more financially stable organization that has the ability to service customers, continuously make improvements, and to provide some of the services that both the consumer advocate and Mr. Nakashima have stated are so important to the Hawaiian community. One thing that an analogy we like to say is that sometimes we work with companies with distress at Portage Point, and sometimes you get companies who are losing money on every t-shirt. Selling more t-shirts doesn't solve the problem, right? You have to take a overall general approach, figure out what the path forward is, and then come up after that with specific action plans. So in sort of response to the business plan, this is the roadmap to how to move the company forward in order to provide customers and the community of Hawaii with a water carrier that is able to provide its services in a reliable and safe way.
Okay, I promised you that's the last question, but your answer is prompting me to ask another one. And perhaps it would be better if I explained to yourself where this question is coming from. The commission has some concerns about granting YB a rate increase if we see no tangible, specific, concrete benefits, examples to improve customer service, rather than just a general response of saying, oh, it's going to help us to stay in business, and as part of that, we'll vaguely improve customer service. It is critical to us, since the local customers rely on YB as a sole water carrier. It's critical to us that it's critical that it's clear to us and the public what sort of benefits the customers will receive, other than YB just continuing to provide its regulated services, which it's required to do under the tariffs.
Why don't I start and then I'll pass it to you. So typically companies that are in distress, you're actually concerned about continuation and deteriorating service, right? You think of a restaurant, you're worried about the ingredient quality decreasing, you're worried about not having enough wait staff to be able to continue the service or provide the same level of service. So I think the rate case and the third prong is in some ways to first stabilize and to be able to maintain and put it in a position to provide even more efficiency and improvements going forward.
Yeah, thank you. And what I would add on to that is that by doing so, we will unlock capital markets that are currently closed to us. And it is then that we'll be able to invest in things like chassis where people have had concerns. We hear this a lot. We have concerns about improvement with our bookings capability and systems. Those are investments that we would love to make, we must make, and we will, with the benefit of having implemented a business plan that looks a lot like this, and including the general rate increase in Wiki and rate design that we're here today to talk about. All critical factors to unlocking the capital markets that are currently closed to us.
So let's move to YB's IR response to PUC IR 24B. This was filed on August 29th, and if possible, I prefer you folks stay up there because this is sponsored by both of you. And Chris Martin as Part C, but I'm asking about Part B. Please let me know when you're at, right now I'm at the question. Yes.
I'll just read off of yours if that's okay.
23. Jeez. 23.
Okay. So this question asks, when YB refers to improvements that will yield as much as $6 million annual benefit in its business plan, approximately what percentage is due to current expense savings, avoided expenses, and revenue growth? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, let's turn to the answer. Subsection B. And then the response is the $6 million of initiatives are approximately 50% revenue initiatives and 50% expense initiatives. Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
Will you please provide an example of a revenue initiative?
I'll make sure I don't pull anything that would.
Of course, please take your time to look at your pertinent documents.
It appears to be in the competitive portion, and we'd be glad to answer the question, but we would have to do it.
I believe the specific initiatives were not
Yeah.
provided.
I think it's fair to say, though, that our entire business is not regulated. Portions of it are unregulated, and if we have the ability to, sell services on the unregulated side, then that's a benefit to YB directly and to our regulated customers indirectly.
Okay, thanks. So, Ms. Chu, okay, so it sounds like though those initiatives mentioned, they may not have been specified in the business plan for now. That was filed.
No, they are. They are on page 26 of the business plan. But it's not, they were the specificities were redacted, so I don't think I can answer your question without going off camera.
But it's on the page 26 of the document that the commission staff and CA has.
Okay, so all the examples of your revenue initiative in your business plan that you filed in July 30th, 2025 are hidden, they're redacted from the public, sounds like. So we can't ask about that. How about the expense initiatives?
All the initiatives were spelled out on that page, as well as the total.
But that is also not subject to public review at this point, correct?
The specifics of each initiative have not been provided publicly.
Yeah, just for the record, these are areas that of the business plan that have been designated as confidential, and the reasons for that are given.
Okay, well, let's move to YB response, PUC, YB, IR 12A. And this is actually Mr. Anna's testimony. Mr. Alvarez, since you have adopted Mr. Anna's testimonies and IR responses, I'll ask you the following questions.
Sure.
And, yeah, and
ma'am.
please, Ms. Chu, stay up there, if you feel the need to do so, if it would be helpful once I ask a question.
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
As much as you'd like to not stay there. Okay, so please let me know when you're there. It's,
Would you tell me again the the reference?
oh, of course.
Excuse me.
So it's YB's response to PUC-YB-IR 12A, and it was filed on May 1st, 2025.
Okay.
Please let me know when you're at that page. Take your time, please.
Just to be sure, the question, excuse me, it starts, why are YB's plans to mitigate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
I
perfect.
see that.
Okay, great. And for context, I'll just read the little sentence prior to that. So the question in PUC-YB-IR 12 asks, YB states that absent temporary rate relief, those losses are expected to compound in 2025 with an additional loss of 17.8 million. So just for context, what were the losses referring to? Do you remember?
Excuse me. Let me just have a look at something, please.
Of course, please take your time.
So, so your question was, what is that? The loss?
Yes, those losses.
Uh-huh.
The question references YB's statement that absent temporary rate relief, those losses are expected to compound in 2025 with an additional loss of 17.8 million. Just for context, I was hoping you could provide what those losses are.
Well, I'm wondering if you mean more detail as to the composition of the losses, or do you mean whether that's full company or?
Oh, right, of course. Well, when YB states absent temporary relief, those losses are expected to compound. Do you mean losses in revenue or losses in, does that kind of,
Yes, thank you.
okay,
Yeah, financial losses typically refers to a net income loss rather than net income, net loss. But I would defer this question to Ashley Kishimoto, who can give you more detail on exactly what, if there's questions about composition of that loss.
okay. I'll save that part for my question for Ms. Kishimoto then. But I would just still like to ask you about the rest of this IR. So that was just for the context. And then subsection A asks, what are YB's plans to mitigate this $17.8 million shortfall if it were not to receive its full requested rate increase? What options does YB have, including discontinuing service routes and layoffs? Do you see that?
I do see it.
Okay, and let's move to the response. I'm looking at the second page of that IR response. And I'm looking at, I would say, about more than halfway down the page. There's a paragraph that starts with, YB has also developed, do you see that?
Mhm.
YB has also developed and implemented numerous initiatives and measures besides seeking regulated rate relief in an attempt to mitigate its persistent revenue shortfall. Do you see that?
I see it.
Okay, and then I'd like to ask you to please turn to the following page.
Okay.
And yes, it says towards the middle of the page as one of the initiatives, it mentions implementing the cargo cola milk run to increase operational efficiencies for automobile shipments. Do you see that?
I see it.
Okay. Please describe what the Cohola milk run is.
The Cargo Caholo milk run is it's a vessel that transports vehicles from among the islands and does it in what is colloquially known as a milk run. So it moves from one to the next rather than hub and spoke.
Do you know how the decision was made to undertake the Cohola milk run?
I do not.
Why does this response say that implementing the Cargo Cola milk run would increase operational efficiencies for automobile shipments? Like how would it increase operational efficiencies for automobile shipments?
I could answer, but Chris Martin would do a much better job of explaining the details. I will say it is an example, though, of where, when given opportunity to have flexibility, YB has met the needs of the neighbor islands, and in particular, in this specific case, with respect to automotive transportation, but done it in a way that has achieved operational efficiencies. And it says that I just want to be sure that I'm quoting it properly. I don't see it now, but Chris can describe the exact way that we achieve those efficiencies.
Okay, I'll ask Chris those same questions. And then let's turn to YBT1, filed on October 15, 2024. Jayana's testimony, which you have adopted as interim president. Please let me know when you're on page 5 of YBT1.
I'm on page 5.
Okay, so I know we talked about the Cola milk run, and so I would like to talk about this portion of the testimony. And on page 5, I'm looking at in the direct testimony provided. Do you see the question up there that says, you state above that the company operates 12 regularly scheduled port calls weekly?
Yes.
And then it says, does YB provide other sailings? Do you see that?
Yes.
And in response, the testimony that was sponsored by you says, yes. In 2023, YB introduced a new service referred to and branded as Cargo Cohola. Depending on fleet availability, this service provides weekly service for auto, ro-ro, utilizing YB's approximately 500 auto capacity covered barge named the Cohola. Unlike the hub and spoke system for its 12 regularly scheduled port calls weekly, this service presently circulates between the ports of Honolulu, Kahului, Hilo, and Wiliwili, and provides the community with a dedicated, consistent, and covered mode of transportation for auto, ro-ro cargo. In addition, by providing weekly sailings for auto, ro-ro cargo, this new Cargo Cohola service allows for greater capacity and handling efficiency for its other weekly flat deck sailings to the same ports. Do you see that?
I do.
Are you able to specify what is meant and on this direct testimony that you sponsored on page 5 of YBT1, which references greater capacity and handling efficiencies?
Well, when it's making better use of the assets. And in general, that's what this means. By using the Cargo Cohola and designing the schedule as it is, it permits us to make better use of our assets. So as I said, I can, well, does that answer the question?
Yes, I would like to have more detail as to how it handles, how it may improve efficiency, but is that a question that you'd prefer I pose to Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Okay, so I will do so. Thank you. I also had a question about how, when it talks about, when the testimony here talks about greater capacity and handling efficiencies, I wanted to ask you how how you measure efficiency, but is that a question better posed to Mr. Martin?
It's complicated. It's not a simple measure of utilization, and because it's complicated, I would prefer that you ask Chris Martin.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Alvarez. That concludes my questions, but you can see if the commissioners have other questions.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioners? Commissioner Yost?
Good morning, Mr. Almaraz. This is a question about the business plan, and the development of the business plan. So, Ms. Chu, if you'd rather like to come up as well. Thank you. First, I want to make sure I heard you correctly earlier. Did you say that the business plan does not include any changes to YB services? Is that correct?
That's correct. Or from a customer standpoint.
Understood. When you were developing the business plan, did you consider the efficiency of YB's current services and whether certain services were underperforming in terms of efficiency?
I mean, I think as Mr. Almars alluded to, efficiency is a complicated metric for this business, but I think we approached it, efficiency feeds into profitability, which is a translation in itself of revenue and the costs to provide it. So from that perspective, we did.
Are there certain categories of service that YB considers currently to be inefficient that could be improved substantially in terms of efficiency?
Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Yost. The primary answer is one that we contemplated in the business plan, and that is opportunities to improve the less than container load service. It is broadly highly inefficient, and it's something that we are considering thoroughly. As to the efficiency in the rest of the what efficiency opportunities there would be in the rest of the operation, those fall outside of the business plan. Generally, the specific opportunities for efficiency that were identified in the business plan are on the books to try to achieve as they stand.
And just to follow on from that, if I may, I think there is a distinction between what we would say is high touch, which requires a lot of steps or manual labor, and you may be doing that as efficiently as possible, but there are so many steps, or it requires so many people to be involved. So that's just one distinction that I would, or nuance I would put on the questions or the framework of efficiency.
That's right.
Because I think, as Mr. Almers was saying, LCL as a process has many steps and requires a lot of people, which is not to say any of the YB employees are themselves on an individual basis being inefficient.
Okay. So as you said, a business plan is high level, supposed to be high level. If you have identified an inefficient part of your service, isn't it fair to say that it's reasonable to consider whether you should make changes to that type of service to make it more efficient?
Yes.
And did you consider making changes to the less than container load or high touch services to make them more efficient in your business plan process?
I would say we did. And then I think that there will be more considerations to come.
Yes.
But you said earlier you did not recommend in the current iteration of this business plan that any of your services be changed, correct?
Correct.
So is that perhaps a deficiency of the plan that you know of inefficient services, but you did not recommend or consider in the plan itself any changes to that inefficient service?
I think that the business plan is a culmination of input from people from the YB team, and it's their plan, right? So it's more than input, as well as from Mr. Ono. And so there's, I think, a marrying of what would be the right path forward, and the best path forward from YB's perspective. And I think in line with some of the comments earlier, continuing to be able to service the customers of YB with everything that they currently have available to them from an LCL perspective was important. That's true, even though there are components of LCL, such as consolidation, where there are alternatives to today. I think in the first instance, YB felt that it was important to be able to at least continue to offer that as an option for their customers.
Okay, let me move on. Another area of a business plan is normally to consider, are there other opportunities that could exist? Other customers that may be interested in YB's services that you're not currently serving? Did YB consider new services as part of its business plan?
We focused on the services that can be provided today with the assets today. So we did not think about services today which would require investment in new assets because that wasn't a realistic path forward today.
Has YB ever conducted a market study to evaluate whether or not there are business opportunities it could be taking advantage of that it's not currently taking advantage of?
I don't know.
I don't know the last time one was undertaken.
Okay. The customer feedback that you described, it sounds like it was utilized, it was considered in your business plan process, but that feedback was essentially ad hoc. Is that correct? Just it came in when it came in. It wasn't part of any organized, deliberate process to collect and consider customer feedback. Is that correct?
There wasn't a formal process to collect customer feedback for the business plan. I think that would be somewhat unusual. Usually a business plan is developed with and by the company, and then if there are certain action items that come out of it, that's when there would be more specific discussions with the groups that might be relevant or impacted by that.
Which is exactly how the thinking that LCL changes and sailing schedule changes would be not appropriate to try and just put into a business plan this moment, because it's a dialogue that we have to have and seek feedback, get input, size stuff, give people choices. That all has to happen and would have been not possible to do internally without a discussion.
When a company is struggling financially, isn't it a good idea for that company to try to consider any and all new sources of revenue that it could potentially obtain
as part of its business plan? Isn't that sort of an essential, important step to take in the situation that you're in?
It is, but it has to, again, be balanced by the reality of the position you're starting in, right? So a business plan starts with where the company is today and considers, as we did, how you can maximize revenue given the company's current position.
It's true that YB has lost some major customers in the past couple of years, correct?
I think you would probably have to follow up on specifics. I don't know of any specific customers that have.
We've clearly lost a lot of volume, but as to specific customers, I would refer you to Mr. Kaitoki.
Okay. Do you know whether YB has undertaken any sort of deliberate study of the extent to which customers' accounts have left YB and to understand why those accounts have left?
Again, I don't think specific accounts that's been a wide problem of customers who transact directly with YB.
There's a folks on our team, Commissioner, that can do a better job with specific quantifiable data. I would point you to Mike Starkey or Aperture broadly.
Okay. If you were to try to understand in your business plan process what new revenue opportunities may exist, wouldn't it be a good idea as part of that process to seek feedback from the community ahead of time, from potential customers ahead of time, and or to conduct a market study prior to finalizing a business plan?
So again, I think in terms of market studies, our team, we did look at trends in the economy to try to get a sense of what was possible with the current YB business. I think you could solicit feedback from customers for ideas like a brainstorming session, but again, I don't know that that is typical for a business plan. I also think that customers haven't been shy with sharing their opinion with YB and in providing ideas. And so a lot of that, again, while it was indirect, does make its way into YB and into the process.
I should add, this is on the unregulated side primarily, but absolutely engaging customers in and potential customers in what opportunities there are. We've had some success there. So I don't want to leave you thinking that we're only doing the list of regulated things that in the business plan that, you know, on the regulated segments. It's broader than that, and we're looking. I think your line of questioning is good. We're asking those questions internally ourselves, and there's, you know, those are good questions.
Okay, I just have a couple of quick questions on agricultural discounts, and I don't know that either of you is the best witness to answer this question, but I'll just ask generally, do either of you have any familiarity with the way in which Young Brothers interprets its definition of agricultural products when it decides whether or not to allow a discount to a certain customer? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I think your intuition was good. Chris Nakagawa would be the right person from YB.
Okay. And do either of you have any personal experience and knowledge dealing with customers who are agricultural producers who have complained to Young Brothers about not receiving a discount for a product that they felt should be entitled to an agricultural discount?
I have not.
Well, I've spoken to a number of customers about the agricultural discount, and lots of folks have lots of ideas about how to change it in ways that sound reasonable to me. But as Commissioner, I wouldn't. I don't know if I know the example you're thinking of.
Okay. Well, I'm asking a general question, so not really a specific example, but so you're not aware of any disputes that between Young Brothers and a specific customer over whether or not their product should qualify for an agricultural discount? You're not personally aware of that?
Gosh, I'm not thinking of one right now, but yeah, I'm not thinking of one right now.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for your answer. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Kuai.
Thank you. Robin, I don't think I have any questions for you related to the business plan, so you can relax for a little while. Mr. Alvarez, I'm going to have you refer to the direct testimony YBT-1 at page 11. Let me know when you get there.
Okay.
In response to a question, the statements reads, there's a statement that reads, by way of example, the company incurs roughly the same amount of cost to operate a barge, in other words, labor costs, fuel costs, maintenance costs, etc., whether it operates at full capacity or transports a single container.
Yes, ma'am, I see that.
Is that still true today? Because this refers to during COVID.
Yes, that would be a general statement that most of the costs of a cargo are fixed.
How often are your barges not at full capacity?
I don't have that number offhand. But obviously we have those numbers. I just don't know it.
Who would have that number?
I think Mike Starkey would be the person with that information.
Can you roughly guess whether or not it's not at full capacity 50% of the time, 75% of the time, 80% of the time?
I wouldn't like to guess, no.
Okay. Have you ever had to refuse service to customers because the barge is full, or turn away customers?
I think that's something that's likely, but I don't have that information.
You would have that information?
Keith Kayatoki is probably the person that would be most intimately familiar with that.
Okay. I'm not sure if you would have this answer as well. Can you explain the priorities when you have non-regulated customer shipments versus regulated customer shipments?
Commissioner, do you mean it?
So in other words, you testified earlier in response to Commissioner Yost that you have you've been consulting with or pursuing the non-regulated customer side of service. I assume those are contracts for which you have a fixed amount of goods that you would agree to transport from one on a barge, correct?
They can take a variety of forms.
Can you elaborate?
Well, I'm going to start speculating soon, and I don't want to do that to you.
So who would be the best person to talk about the?
Keith Kayatoki would be the person.
Okay, I will defer my questions for Mr. Kayatoki. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Mr. Almaraz, I grant that you've been on the job for just a couple of months. And I'm assuming that during these couple of months and maybe even a month or two before, you've probably reviewed Young Brothers' financial condition, the way they operate, et cetera. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay, so I guess I'm gonna be blunt. Does the financial condition of YB today surprise you?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, Chair. I
Yeah.
don't know how to answer that.
Yeah, I just wanted to get your perspective, right? I see you as someone coming in, have never been with the company, but then now you're taking a look at the company. And I just want to get a sense from your perspective as someone kind of coming in and, trying to break the cycle, trying to right the ship. Does any of it, right, operations, financial condition, et cetera, kind of give you, a chance to take pause or anything like that?
Well, sir, personally, I seeing the extent to which what is a broad-based historic inflation over the last 5 years has uniquely impacted water carriers is a surprise. Of course, I have general knowledge of this as people do from being, in the economy and in industry, but to see the fact that inflationary pressures for water carriers is so much higher than general broad-based inflation was it has been a surprise.
Okay. Is there anything, I guess, there is the business plan and, right, it was kind of being developed even prior to your coming to YB, right, and being named as the
Yes, sir.
interim president. And some time has passed now with that business plan out. Anything else that you see possibly that YB could do or needs to do beyond what's in the business plan that we should be taking a look at or the company could be doing right now? I know some of the initiatives have been started, the ones within your control, but is there anything else given, right? It's been what, 3 months that you've been there. The plan kind of was amended when you came in. Anything else since then?
Yes, sir. I would say that more thought about the exact implementation of the business plan has occurred, and taking what started as Ms. Chu described as a collaborative, process that is a very high level roadmap. There's been additional work that's been done to implement. In the cases where we can implement them unilaterally, there's progress made there, and I'm proud of for instance, progress that we made on the efforts to manage our overtime. I think Commissioner Yost's questions about what opportunities there are outside of the regulated segment, as we've lost tremendous volume on the regulated shipping side, while air cargo has increased dramatically, as an example. It's clear that we have to be more thoughtful about the growing competition that's happened in our market and begin to be more creative and aggressive on the other opportunities there may be to grow revenue with new products and services. So we're certainly thinking about that. There are other opportunities that we're aware of to be more efficient, and unfortunately, there's access to capital markets that's going to unlock this. So they fell, as Ms. Chu described, outside of the current business plan because it's to solve an acute problem and think about how we find our way out of the current situation. But as we're able to invest, particularly with a terminal operating system, it seems there are opportunities to serve our customers better, be more communicative, improve our bookings, and generally be more efficient with things like that. So we're aggressively pursuing things and not relying on just the pages, what's found in the business plan.
Okay. No, I don't have any further questions at this time. I ask Mr. Ono, any redirect needed?
Just a brief redirect.
Sure.
Mr. Almaraz, the rate case was filed in October of 2024. Where was the business plan in the development stage in October of 2024?
I don't know the date that it began. I do know that it was in work by early next year.
Should I ask that of Ms. Chu?
That's probably a good idea. getting your steps in.
Ms. Tree, you're the author of the business plan, is that right?
I think our team led YB in helping to come up with the business plan. So we were the author of the document that was
Then
presented.
you were the leader of your team.
Yes.
In October of 2024, when this general rate increase application was filed by Young Brothers, where was the business plan in terms of its development?
As we say in the business plan, Portage Point was retained in February of 2024. So I think the formal process of the business plan didn't start in the form that we're discussing now until February of 2025.
Was it the intent of Young Brothers to attach the business plan to the rate case?
We were not there, but to my knowledge, no.
By having asked the same question internally, Mr. Ono, the intention was no, that was to be developed as a internal document to drive our business forward in parallel with our request.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. Any recross?
No recross at this time.
Nothing. All right. Thank you, Mr. Amaraz. Thank you, Ms. Chu.
Thank you to the commission and staff, and really appreciate your attention and questions today.
May I request a restroom break at this point?
Why don't we take 5 minutes, be back at 11:45, a little bit after that on that clock, or sorry, 10:45.
Thank you.
Right, back from recess. In general, forgot to mention this earlier. Uh, YB, for your direct testimony, you do have 5 minutes, and then we'll follow up. With the cross-examination by consumer advocate. Okay. All right. Next up is Dr. Bente Vilatsin. Ms. Vilatsin, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ono?
Thank you, Chair. Wilson provided a cost of capital analysis.
Your mic is off. Sorry.
Let me start that again. Dr. Willitson, you provided a cost of capital analysis for Young Brothers, is that correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you concluded was that Young Brothers' capital structure should be 40% debt, 60% equity. Dr. Pavlovic, on the other hand, he determined a capital structure of 48% debt, 52% equity for Young Brothers. Do you have an understanding as to how Dr. Pavlovic arrived at his 48% debt, 52% equity capital structure?
Yes, I do. Dr. Pavlovic does not explain exactly how he derived the numbers, but he refers to the same balance sheet as I used. And if you look at that balance sheet, the only way you could get to 48% debt is if you include some current liabilities in your debt amount. Those liabilities that sits on Young Brothers' balance sheet is not short-term debt. They consist of things like fees due to the harbor authorities. It consists of accrued wages, fees, interest rates, and so forth. That is not what we commonly would refer to as short-term debt, but it's operational items. So I have no understanding of why those should be included in the capital structure.
Does he also include items in equity that you disagree with?
No.
Okay. And Dr. Pavlovic makes this statement, and this is on CAT3, page 29. And let me just read it to you, Dr. Vilitson. Dr. Pavlovic states, it is an undisputed fact that rate-regulated companies have a lower risk than companies that are not rate-regulated. Do you remember that testimony that he gave?
Yes.
And do you agree that it is an undisputed fact that rate-regulated companies have a lower risk than companies that are not rate-regulated?
No, I would dispute that. It depends on the circumstances. There are certainly rate-regulated companies that have higher risk than non-rate-regulated companies. As a simple example on what we are looking at here, Dr. Pavlovic likes to look at betas. The betas for railroad companies that has some amount of regulation is certainly higher than that for trucking companies that are not regulated.
And Dr. Pavlovic made a recommendation concerning Young Brothers' allowable rate of return. And I just want to ask you, is the methodology that Dr. Pavlovic used in arriving at a recommended allowable rate of return for Young Brothers a methodology that is generally accepted by cost of capital consultants such as yourself?
No, Dr. Pavlovic did not undertake a cost of capital study relying on various models. That's what most cost of capital witnesses would do.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. Mr. Knox?
Take a step back. What we're just talking about, can you please explain the role of data in the Sorry. I'll start over. Thank you for coming all this way, Dr. Vilatsin. Can you please just take a step back from your previous testimony and explain the role of betas in the capital asset pricing model?
The role of betas in the capital asset pricing model is to position a company relative to the market in terms of a systematic risk.
Is that a systematic risk of that company?
Of that company, yes.
And can you explain the role of proxy groups for betas?
Proxy groups are used to assess betas for an industry or a comparable company.
Okay. But then how do you and this is my phrase, how do you personalize that beta for that company such as Young Brothers?
So you do a couple of things. You first try to find a proxy group that, to the best of your ability, matches the risk characteristics of Young Brothers. So that's one thing you do. And you do your best, and it depends on circumstances what the best is. There is not a collection of 100 companies that are regulated that Young Brothers in the barge industry, so we can't do that. And the second thing you do is you look at the relative capital structure that you use to derive your beta estimates and the capital structure that's used to regulate the companies such as Young Brothers.
Yeah, thank you. Can you explain a little bit how you chose your proxy groups?
So I chose my proxy group in combination with Mr. Ammond to look at what kind of companies have somewhat similar characteristics. So we look at, because there is not a large group of barge companies available, so we looked at shipping more broadly because they, just like Young Brothers, ship materials around from various places. And then we looked at other transportation sectors such as railroads and trucking or intermodal transportation.
Did you consider other proxy groups but decide not to use them?
I considered what companies would have similar operations and similar risk characteristics. In that, I considered, for example, what is it that the company does? These companies I mentioned transport various materials around the country. I considered things like what is the exposure to, for example, ups and downs in the economy. Shipping, railroads, and trucking all have heavy exposure to ups and downs in the economy. So those are characteristics that are common for these sectors.
Okay. But in your direct testimony, before this was brought up by Dr. Pavlik, are you saying that you did not consider any proxy groups with rate-regulated companies that are regulated by state public utilities commissions?
I considered whether or not that would be appropriate and rejected it for the reason that they generally do not transport goods over long distances other than electrons, if you talk about electric utilities. I also rejected them because such companies generally are of much lower risk, mostly because if you have an economic ups or downs, they have such a diversified portfolio of mostly residential customers that they are much less affected than our transportation companies.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about Young Brothers in particular. In your rebuttal testimony at page 10, you have that, don't you?
I do.
It's actually, I think, the bottom of page 9 going on to page 10.
Yes.
So let me see if I have this quote right. Is it figure 3? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's at lines 10 to 12 on page 10. I'll read it, and please tell me if I get this inaccurately anyway. As Dr. Pavlik illustrates in his figure 3, YB faces competition from Asia, similar service to certain ports in Hawaii.
I'm sorry, I don't see that.
Line 10, at the end of line 10 on page 10, starts with as Dr. Pavlovic. Of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay. I can read it again. It's a very short line. It just says, as Dr. Pavlovic illustrates in his figure 3, YB faces competition from Asia for similar service to certain ports in Hawaii.
Yes.
Are you you've seen the figure 3 in Dr. Pavlovic's direct testimony?
I have, yes.
Would you describe it as a simple graphic of Pasha's routes between the West Coast and Hawaii?
And in Hawaii, yes.
Do you know if Pasha has a certificate of public convenience and necessity to carry intrastate cargo?
I do not, and I would say regarding this statement, as I also referred to, there is Mr. Starkey's testimony. He discusses competition at much greater length than I do.
Okay, and we probably will go into it with Mr. Starkey, but just as it relates to the risk for YB and how as that relates to the cost of capital, I do want to follow this thread just a little bit with you. And as you mentioned it in your rebuttal testimony. Do you know, for example, if Pasha is allowed to carry, say, agricultural cargo from Kauai to Oahu and just from Kauai and just to Oahu with no, say, West Coast origin or destination? Do you know if it's allowed to just do the route from one island to another?
I do not know.
So do you know if Pasha is a competitor for interstate shipping?
I know that it's indicating as someone who ships goods that whether or not it's a direct competition for the same goods, I do not know.
Okay, thank you. Would you please turn to page 13 of your rebuttal testimony? I think I'm looking for lines 17 to 19. Let me just make sure that's the right site. Yes. Do you see where you wrote, this spread is consistent with the confidential motion for approval of loan modification filed by YB before the commission in July 2024?
Yes,
Just confirm, are you referring to loan modifications in Young Brothers financing docket number 2022-0155?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. And along the same line, and thank you for jumping. If you go up to page 5, I think we're looking between lines 8 and 15, but let me get you a sharper.
I'm sorry, what is the?
Page 5 of the rebuttal testimony. Okay, this is starting on line 8. It reads similarly in order 41625, the commission approved a modification to YB's loan agreement. Do you see that?
I see that.
Thank you. In your opinion, what effects on YB's equity risk have loan modification approvals in docket number 2022-0155 had? Have they lowered the risk, the enterprise risk for YB?
So it has lowered the risk from what it had been had they not approved it. But the terms of the loans are such that it's clear that YB is in serious financial trouble.
What about earlier in this docket, the order that approved the temporary rate increase? In your opinion, has that lowered the financial risk for YB?
So it has lowered again the risk compared to what it would have been had there been no approval. But it has not lowered the risk compared to what we looked at in October of 2024 before the serious financial events happened to Young Brothers.
I'm sorry, could you say that last part again?
So
The
it has-
timing?
Yes, so the lowering of the risk when you got the temporary rate relief certainly lowered it compared to what it would have been had you not gotten the rate relief. On the other hand, it's not clear that it has lowered the risk compared to what it was at the time we entered into this proceeding at all. Because the as we have illustrated with the most recently published financial statements from Young Brothers, the company is in serious financial risk, and I think we also heard that earlier today.
Okay, thank you. Maybe for now, just one last question or two. So far in direct testimony, the consumer advocate is recommending that the PUC not approve a wiki at this time. But if the PUC does approve a wiki in this rate case, let's say 4% annually, how much less risk should be assigned to Young Brothers? And by how much would your recommended return on equity go down?
So I have not done that study, and I would say that the wiki probably has no impact on the systematic risk of the company. So I have not done the study, and I can't assign a number to that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Commission Counsel?
Good morning.
Turn on the mic.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Brugge, and I have a few questions. Let's first look at your direct testimony. It's YBT 10, and it was filed on October 15, 2024. Please let me know when you get to page 28.
Yes,
We'll be looking at figure 8. Do you see that?
I do.
Earlier, you discussed how you selected your proxy companies with Mr. Knox. My first question is, in figure 8, you have maritime sample, figure 9, you have railroad sample, and figure 10, you have intermodal transport sample. And my question is, how do these 3 sample groups compare to YB?
So the most comparable group will be the maritime sample for 2 reasons. One, it's the sample group that does the same thing as YB. It's shipping on barges or other shipping modes. And second, it's also the group that reacts the most to variations in the economy, like Young Brothers. So I would say that's the most comparable group.
And if you had to rank them with maritime is the most comparable, what's next in terms of the most comparable, railroad or intermodal transport, and why?
So I would think the second most comparables would be the railroad industry, for the reasons that the railroad industry has very fixed routes that they have to go on, and they have very fixed ways they can ship things. That's just the same as Young Brothers. They have fixed routes between the islands. And the intermodal transport sample is much more flexible in terms of both the routes they can take and also in terms of what they can ship.
Thank you. Now I'd like to direct your attention to the specific companies you reference themselves, not the group, but the specific companies. Are you able to tell me which proxy company is most similar to YB?
So I think that's part of Mr. St. Amman's testimony. I think he says that he believes Matson is the most comparable. I have not personally looked into the details of the shipping companies.
So Mr. Ancombe is probably better suited to respond to my questions as to why.
Mr. St. Amman, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. St. Ame. Okay, thanks. So based on what you stated today, Were some companies or groups weighed more heavily than others?
So I think that when the results for the maritime samples are the most applicable, but I can't just look to the maritime sample because there's only 3 companies there. So I wouldn't want to just base my results on 3 companies. So I looked at the other companies also and looked for ranges, and particularly one of my methodologies, the discounted cash flow method, I cannot implement for the maritime companies because they just don't have the data. So you have to look to other companies.
Actually, you know, that's something that I wanted to ask you about, the DCF. But before we go into that, just turning back to these numbers in your figures 8, 9, and 10, do these figures reflect average or median figures?
So what I do for these here is that for each of the companies, I list their annual revenue, market capitalization, what the individual company's value line beta is, what their credit rating is, and what their long-term growth rate is. And then at the bottom, I took the average for each sample. And then you will see for especially the intermodal transportation samples, there's some NAs in the long-term growth estimates. And that's because they were so high, I believe they were unrealistic. They were like 25 or 50%, and I don't think that's realistic long-term.
Thank you. Let's go back to, we talked about, you mentioned the DCF model. Please turn to page 42 of your direct testimony, footnote 83. Are you at that place in your testimony? And I'm looking at figure 14, which is titled DCF model results. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then I'm going to read out loud footnote 83. As discussed above, I exclude the maritime sample from the DCF results table due to lack of sufficient data to estimate the cost of equity using the DCF model. Can you please explain what you mean by that?
So for 2 of the 3 companies in my maritime sample, I do not have the growth rates I need to estimate the model. And for the last one, if I estimate it for the multi-stage model, it's lower than the cost of debt, which is also unrealistic. So I don't think the results I got from my maritime sample, which would have to be based on 1 company, are realistic to use as a benchmark for Young Brothers. The numbers are not there.
Okay. Let's turn to page 40, line 5 of your testimony. Please let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Okay, and line 5 has the DCF formula for the cost of capital, correct?
Yes.
Looking at this formula, were you unable to collect data with any one of the inputs?
For the maritime sample, it's the G that's the problem, the growth rate.
I would like to keep talking to you about the maritime sample. Let's stay on this page. Let's look at footnote 79, which I'll read aloud. I commonly also report results from a multi-stage version of the DCF model. However, in this instance, I do not have sufficient data that are meaningful to do so for all samples. There is no maritime company that has data available and a DCF estimate above the cost of debt plus 150 basis point. Could you please, why is a DCF estimate above the cost of debt plus 150 basis points necessary?
So it's common finance that the cost of equity has to be higher than the cost of debt plus a risk premium. So you can debate what that risk premium should be. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission used to use 150, which is why I have the 150 sitting here. They have since changed to being 20% of the market risk premium. That was after I did this testimony. So, but it's clear it has to be some meaningful number above the cost of debt. Nobody would give you equity for the same price as the cost of debt.
Okay, and we'll stay on this page, but we're going to go back to the formula, please. And could you explain what little r is?
Little r is the cost of equity.
Okay, so little r is the cost of equity. G is the growth. And what is D1 again?
D is the dividend in the next period. So it's the current D0 times 1 plus the growth rate. That's the dividend in the next period. And P0 is the price as of today.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions for this witness.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions? Commissioner Kauai.
I just want to have a better understanding of some of your responses. Some of your responses to Mr. Knox. I guess I'm questioning by Mr. Knox, you testified earlier that loan modifications has only lowered the risk to YB, but has not eliminated it. Is that my correct understanding?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure.
Sorry.
In response to questions by Mr. Knox, you answered earlier that the loan modifications that YB entered into has only lowered the risk to YB. Is that correct?
I testified that it has lowered the risk relative to what it would have been had it not been approved.
Okay.
Because that would have been a disaster. But it's not clear that it has lowered the risk relative to what it was at the time we filed this testimony.
Okay. You also testified that the commission approvals have lowered the risk, but not necessarily eliminate the risk.
So we have to correct. Approval from the commission lowers risk relative to if it had not been approved, but it's not clear what time we are comparing to, because my testimony was filed in October of 24 with data done earlier than that. So it's not clear it's lower risk than what we had at that time.
And this is where I guess my confusion is. Did you also testify that the wiki would not improve the systemic risk of the company?
The systematic risk of the company is how the company moves relative to the market in general.
So will it or will it not? I guess that's what
So it's not, I don't think it will, because
Okay.
most of these do not. It's clear it lowers the business risk of the company, but it's not clear it lowers the systematic risk of the company.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have no further questions. Any redirect? Mr. Ono?
Yes, brief redirect. Dr. Villotson, did Dr. Pavlovic in his direct testimony take issue with the selection of the companies in the proxy groups?
He did not.
Okay, and did Dr. Pavlovic take issue with the use of the intermodal transportation group as a means of selecting the reasonable range of ROEs?
He did not.
And did he take issue with your reasonable range of ROEs from 12 to 15.5%?
He did not.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
You recross, consumer advocate. Any further questions? Right, thank you, Dr. Velatsen. I think we can move on for one more witness. So I'd like to call up David Saint Amon.
Yes, it's David St. Amen.
David. You.
Pronounce it the way my children do.
Mr. Saint Amen, do you swear that the testimony, sorry, swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Yeah, we waive our 5-minute direct and we stand on Mr. St. Amon's file direct testimony.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ono. Mr. Knox.
Just a couple of questions for Mr. Seaman. And by the way, also, as all the witness flying in, thank you for coming all this way.
My pleasure.
It is fun, isn't it? So in your development of proxy groups for Young Brothers, did you consider regulated companies either in your groups or as another proxy group?
No,
Can you explain why not?
I wasn't looking at non-maritime companies. I was purely looking at the risk of Young Brothers' operation as a maritime company and who was exposed to similar type risks.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Commission, council.
Hi, I'm Julie Verbogi, Commission Counsel, and earlier, you were here when Dr. Willitson stated that it is her understanding that that you believe Matson, out of the maritime sample or out of all the samples, Matson is the most similar to Young Brothers, correct?
Yes,
Would you please explain why?
Matson serves the Hawaiian trade from the mainland US. They are the largest operator in that dry trade, container trade. They compete with Pasha. The Matson, I believe about 50% of their business or somewhere on that order. Business is the Hawaiian trade, so they're not a perfect proxy. They also operate a trade to Alaska as well as a Far East trade. And then they have a significant intermodal business. But of all the businesses, they are the ones that are most closely tied with revenue, and they also are exposed to Jones Act and terminaling costs the same way Young Brothers is.
So Matson is more comparable than, for example, Pasha, in your opinion?
They would be comparable, I would say. Pasha is privately held though, so we don't have information on them.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Commissioners. All right. Thank you, Mr. Saint Amon. I think I'm gonna take a break here for lunch and save Ms. Chu and Mr. Meyer for the afternoon session. I'm gonna call it, I'll give you a little extra time, maybe come back at 12:45.
That's fine.
All right? Is that okay?
Thank you, Chair.
All right. We'll recess until 12:45. Thank you, everyone, for this morning's session. Call up Robin Chiu. And I will remind you that you are still under oath, so I don't administer it. YB, any or-
We'll stand on our written direct testimony for Ms. Chu.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry.
IR responses only.
Okay.
She doesn't have any written direct testimony.
Mr. Knox.
Sure. Good afternoon. Oh, almost. Yes.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Nice to talk to you again.
Good to talk to you. Just a couple of questions. Can you please describe your role with Young Brothers?
So I'm currently a consultant. My firm, Portage Point Partners, was retained to assist with liquidity management, with a review to identify operational and financial improvements, and to develop a business plan. There was a period between the departure of Mr. Edwards and the arrival of the new CFO, Bram Walsh, where I also assisted with the CFO function.
Okay. But you're not still assisting as a CFO?
No, since Mr. Walsh's arrival, I've just a consultant.
Okay. Do you expect to be involved with Young Brothers past this rate case?
That would be up to Young Brothers.
Okay. It might be the same answer, but would you possibly be involved in further development of the business plan and any PUC approval thereof?
Yes, again, that would be up to Young Brothers. We continue to do some work currently with the Young Brothers, but we haven't really discussed specifically anything beyond the immediate term.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Ms. Verbrugge?
No questions.
All right, commissioners? You have your questions? All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chu.
Thank you.
Next up is Greg Meyer. Mr. Meyer, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Chair, Young Brothers will stand on Mr. Meyer's written testimony.
Right, thank you. Mr. Knox.
Chair, the consumer advocate has no questions for this witness at this time.
Okay. Ms. Verbrugge,
I have no questions for this witness.
commissioners. None? All right, no questions. Fastest witness yet. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. We're gonna move on since we have most of the afternoon left. And I guess I'll call up August Ancom. Mr. Ancom, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ono.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Ancom, did you provide the Young Brothers proposal on price elasticity of demand in your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Can you briefly explain what price elasticity of demand is?
But in simple terms, it means if you increase prices, people will purchase less of your goods. So there's a suppression of demand that needs to be taken into account.
Okay. Were you here during Mr. Knox's opening statement?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, and just to paraphrase, the consumer advocate seems to agree with the concept of price elasticity, but is concerned that if Young Brothers fail to accurately model price elasticity of demand, it could earn too much. Do you agree with that?
In general, if one makes errors, then one gets a erroneous outcome. So yes, in principle, but that's why we have these proceedings to probe the veracity of what we're doing.
And did you use standard and accepted econometric methods to calculate your price elasticity of demand estimates specific to
I
Young
did.
Brothers?
There's nothing esoteric about it. It's a standard procedure being done all the time.
Did the consumer advocate raise any issues with your price elasticity of demand adjustments in the consumer advocate's testimony?
No, I did not, and I was surprised that there was no discovery nor anything in rebut or in the consumer advocate's testimony that I could have responded to. So I presumed that, just as with the volumetric forecast model, that there was an agreement on both the methodology and the results.
And had the consumer advocate raised issues about your price elasticity of demand estimate, would you have addressed those in rebuttal?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knox.
Just a couple of questions. Mr. Ankam, thank you for being here. When you were modeling price elasticity for Young Brothers, did you go back and look at Young Brothers cargo volumes in relation to past rate increases?
Yes, we did.
And what did you find?
Well, that is the price elasticity of demand. That's precisely how you calculate it.
Can you go into a little bit more detail? What did you find recently, especially post-pandemic?
Well, we took as opposed to isolating certain years, we were looking for a long-term trend, a long-term relationship as it has existed in the past. We went back to 2009, and we took the data through 2024. And what we were looking for is exactly as you indicated, the relationship between price increases as approved by the commission, and then the impact on the demand, both the piece counts as well as the revenue tonnage. With respect to the COVID years, I believe you were asking me about that.
Post-pandemic.
Well, okay, those were included in the entire time period. We excluded the COVID years because those, of course, were anomalous and would not provide us any information.
Are you familiar with Dr. Brubaker's direct testimony in this docket?
Generally, yes, but I did not review it for my testimony here.
Okay, I'll ask you some very general questions, but because you didn't review it, if you're not familiar, that's fine. Would you agree that Dr. Brubaker points to a lot of large macroeconomic factors?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So when you went back and you studied changes in rates compared to changes in cargo, did you also test that against the macroeconomic factors that Dr. Brubaker points to?
Not the ones that he is discussing, which I believe are the more recent changes. What we did do, we did confer with Dr. Brubaker about what are the relevant economic variables. And in my testimony, I described which variables we included, not just for the price elasticity of demand, but in general for the forecasting. But I did not use Mr. Brubaker's specific macroeconomic events that he is describing, and I did not apply it to my price elasticity of demand forecast.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Ms. Verbrugge.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ankam. Let's turn to your direct testimony, YBT 13. And please let me know when you get to page 49.
I'm there.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to lines 3 to 8. That is what I will be covering right now. So starting in line 3, you discuss for the 6 cargo types, the PEDs, or the price elasticity of demand, included the QSI VFM forecast, 2025 test year, and as follows. And then you provide this table 3 that's titled price elasticity of demand estimates, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about this briefly with Mr. Knox.
Yes.
Did you conduct a price elasticity of demand estimate for LCL cargo?
Not explicitly, but it's included in the dry general cargo, which is the third item in this table.
Why did you not do one specifically for LCL cargo?
We made a decision to go with these 6 cargo types that also match up with the volumetric forecast model. That is how Young Brothers generally categorizes its cargo. But as you know, there's many subtypes as well, up to like 140, I believe, of different services that are like variations on one another. What we found is if you begin to parse it in too much detail, the econometrics doesn't work as cleanly anymore, where if you go with the groupings that Young Brothers uses, the larger categories that all have certain similarities, you pick up results that are more robust.
Are you able to forecast how demand may be impacted if LCL rates are increased by, say, an additional 10%?
That would fall under the dry general cargo, and then that price elasticity of demand would apply to that. And I believe Mr. Starkey, who does the rate design, discusses exactly how that works, the impact of the price elasticity of demand on dry general cargo, and I believe he then goes a level deeper to the different subtypes that are part of the general category.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions, but let me know if that's something that you think I should direct to another witness, okay? So based on this information, general cargo, okay, so basically, are you saying that you're unable to forecast whether YB will lose a certain percentage of customers if we were to increase LCL rates? I just want to confirm that.
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Are you saying that you are unable to forecast whether YB will lose a certain percentage of customers if LCL rates were to go up by a certain percentage?
No, I did not say that.
Okay, so then are you able to forecast whether YB will lose a certain percentage of customers if the LCL rates are increased by a certain percentage?
Just object to that question is vague and ambiguous as to the term lose its customers.
Okay, how about I phrase it this way? If YB increased LCL rates by an additional 10%, would demand fall from its customers? Will demand decrease from LCL customers?
And what I hear you ask is, if the commission were to approve a rate increase for LCL, would that suppress demand for LCL? Is that your question?
Correct.
Okay, and the answer is yes. And that's in line with almost common sense. When prices go up, people purchase less of a particular good. The LCL is a subcategory of the dry general goods. And so I believe, and you can ask Mr. Starkey, but I'm fairly confident that he will say he used that particular price elasticity of demand for all the subparts of the dry general cargo.
So,
but I will let Mr. Starkey speak to that issue.
So in this hypothetical, if LCL rates were increased by an additional 10%, are you able to tell me what percentage of LCL customers YB would lose?
Yes, same objection, vague and ambiguous as to losing customers.
Sorry, there's an objection. Decrease in customers. Let me rephrase that.
the
Yes,
suppression.
I'm
of
sorry,
the-
same objection, vague and ambiguous.
Decrease in the number of customers.
Same objection.
Please go ahead and answer the question.
You sure you want to rephrase that?
Jeff, what particularly is your objection? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand.
The,
What is
the
vague and
question is
ambiguous?
vague and ambiguous as to when you say lose customers, I'm not sure what that means. We're talking about decreasing cargo volume.
Okay. Fair enough, Jeff. I think I understand. Thank you for your elaborating. If LCL rates were to increase by an additional 10%, are you able to forecast whether demand are you able to forecast what percentage of the demand for LCL cargo will go down?
Generally, yes, with the qualifier that, and I believe that's at the base of what council is objecting to. There's a variety of reasons why there's a suppression of demand when prices go up. It's not just that customers go away, but a particular customer may still be a customer, but may be shipping less. There may be substitution effects. They may use different means of meeting their needs. So there's a whole variety of effects that come into play there. Now, with respect to your question, and I think you have asked it a number of times, and I think I'm giving you the same answer, but I'm not sure what else to do. LCL is a subpart of the dry general cargo for which we estimated the price elasticity of demand for that general category of cargo, as opposed to doing it for 144 specific services. The data just and the econometrics doesn't allow you to go that deep. I mean, if I were to run it, it would give me results. But those results, there's too many other facts that in between the different services that may be substitutes for one another. So what we did is we stuck with the categorization that Young Brothers itself uses, because under these 6 cargo types, there's a lot of commonality and they're all similarly impacted. Now, as to the exact differentiation in what prices are applied, again, I don't do the rate design. Mr. Starkey testifies to that. But as to the quantification of the effect, that is captured in the price elasticity of demand that's there in column 3, in the dry general cargo minus 0.5171. That is the suppression.
Okay.
Does that
Yeah.
answer your
Thank you.
question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we turn to your testimony, page 4, please? And please let me know when you get to line 13.
I'm on page 4.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to start reading from line 13. It says, YB 2025 budget, TY, I present the model of the VFM, which is used by YB to develop its test year volumetric rates and revenue forecasts. And then you reference Mr. Edwards' testimony, and you say the VFM is used to generate the volumetric rate and revenue forecasts for the YB 2025 budget and the requested revenue increase. So just in layman's terms, can you please explain what VFM is?
It's the volumetric forecast model. That's the model that is attached to my testimony, and that I discuss in my testimony. It's YB-1301. It's a large Excel model that's being used not just in this proceeding, but has been used in previous proceedings by the commission to forecast Young Brothers cargo volumes. It also does a variety of other things. It calculates what ultimately, the associated revenues are going to be. What insurance payments are going to have to be given certain volumes. It includes the different customers that Young Brothers has, like Pasha and Matsu. It has those contractual arrangements in there, and it takes all of that together. And then on the basis of that comes out a particular forecast. Now, it has a lot of details in it, but that's in general terms what the model does. So it's an Excel-based model to forecast volumes, shipping volumes for Young Brothers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Verbrugge. Commissioners? Dr. Ancom, I just want to make sure I understand it. You noted that LCL is included in the dry general cargo
Yes.
category. And then you also mentioned that there's all these subcategories.
Yes.
And how many was the total subcategories under dry general cargo?
It's in the volumetric forecast model.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly how many there are, but there will be many.
Are we talking hundreds? Are we talking?
No, the total.
Tens, 20s?
Ballpark, the total services, I believe that Young Brothers has tariffed is about 140 or so.
Okay.
And those 140 are then comprised of those 6 cargo types.
Okay.
And so it's going to be a much smaller number, but will be like, and I would have to look it up. I don't want to guess here at this point.
And maybe just, this is more for my education, make sure I'm understanding the model that you use. So is like LCL weighted or?
Yes.
In
Yeah.
a way? Would you?
It has all the detail. And as I said, it's a really large Excel model where exactly all those weights are included, both in terms of, determining the revenue tonnage, the piece counts, those relationships are in there, and it traces through the whole model to get to what then is the output of the model, all the different volumes for each one of those subcategories, subtypes. I don't have a good word for it, but all the detail is in there. Then ultimately, of course, it gets aggregated back up and, it feeds then into the revenue requirement calculation.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Mr. Ono, any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you.
Any other? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ancom.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Mr. Ono, how do you want to proceed this afternoon? I know your next 2 witnesses listed are not here. I mean, we could go to, I only ask because there's probably some strategy in how these, your witnesses are being set, the order that they're kind.
I'm not that strategic, Chair.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
But Chris Martin is not available today. He has to come tomorrow. Same with Dr. Baker. But we do have Keith Kiyotoki here, and we're willing to take him out of order to fill the time.
We don't object to that.
Okay. So, wow, Caesar, yeah. Okay, so Mr. Kiyotoki, you wanna make your way up? Just to note, I think after Mr. Kiyotoki, maybe we can call it a day and then, or start anew, right, with Mr. Brubaker and then Mr. Martin.
That's fine, but we are prepared to continue if necessary.
Okay. Mr. Kiyotoki, good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ono, you need the direct.
Mr. Kiyotoki, I was going to ask what Commissioner Yost was going to ask you, but I think I'll just let him do that, and I'll stand on your pre-filed written direct testimony, and we'll waive the 5-minute direct.
Thank you. Mr. Knox.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kiyotoki.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of questions. These, I think, were questions that were deferred to you earlier. Do you know, has Young Brothers lost any large volume regular customers recently?
I can't say that YB has lost specific customers. You know, may have lost some volume, and part of that volume is they have changed their process of moving cargo.
Sorry, can you say that last part again?
So what happens is customers have maybe changed their way of moving cargo because they have developed maybe like more efficiency in terms of how to move cargo.
Is that changing their way by going with another shipper or changing their way of moving cargo with Young Brothers?
It could be a number of different ways. I mean, we look at customers in terms of moving cargo. We look at the transportation field as anybody that can move cargo, whether it's air freight, ocean, that's competition for us.
And are you aware of any recent instances where a barge has been full and Young Brothers has turned away customers?
There have been situations because there are times when, because of federal Coast Guard regulations, barges will have to go on dry dock, at which time we would substitute a smaller barge for a short period of time where there's a possibility that cargo may be left behind.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Verbrugge, do you have any questions?
I have no questions for this witness.
All right. Commissioners, Commissioner Yos?
Thank you. Just to follow up a little bit on your review of customer shifts. So Young Brothers, to your knowledge, did not conduct any interviews of customers who used to ship large volumes and now don't ship anything with Young Brothers? Was there any contact with those customers after the shift in volume occurred?
We're always trying to find reasons if customers do shift, but we're always looking at ways and options of gaining new customers at the same time. So we look at, as it says, the movement of cargo, transportation. We look at it as everything as competitors. And ourselves, we look at ourselves as being transportation specialists. We're trying to determine why customers move cargo, how they move cargo, and whether YB becomes an option for them.
Do you have any information that any large volume customers made the decision to stop using Young Brothers services because of price increases?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
Is there anybody else associated with Young Brothers who think might be more aware of that question that I just asked than you are?
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Okay. How long have you been associated with Young Brothers?
24 years.
Over the last 5 years, has there been any increase in the loss of volume from large volume customers compared to, the prior 15 odd years that you've been associated with Young Brothers?
Customers have, are always looking at ways to become more efficient. A customer who previously may have had a warehousing operations on a neighbor island ends up closing that warehouse, whether it's because of lease terms, not able to find manpower. So basically, they kind of got away from their neighbor island warehousing and ended up warehousing in Honolulu or warehousing up on the West Coast.
So is it your testimony that you're not seeing any trends of accelerating departures of large volume customers from Young Brothers in the last 5 years? There's no trend that you've observed?
I really haven't done that type of analysis, if I can say. I'm not able to pinpoint specifics.
Can you remind us again, what's your position with Young Brothers? What do you do?
No, so I'm the sales and marketing manager. And in my position, I'm just outreaching to customers, trying to understand, how they move cargo to and from Hawaii, and trying to see where we can gain new business from them if there is the possibility. So we're also out there trying to look for new sources of revenue, whether it's intrastate, charters.
So isn't it part of your daily job then to try to evaluate, if you lose a large customer account, isn't it part of your job to assess why that account was lost?
There is part of that evaluation that goes on, but I don't think it's maybe as robust as we would like it to be. My department, including myself, is a total of 3. So, we are tasked with a number of different tasks. Like, for example, if I may, when we had the emergency rate increase, our department was a stand-in for improving the customer service strategy. And our group, did a number of different things to improve customer satisfaction during that time frame. So that was and it's in my testimony from 2021 to 23, our customer service satisfaction improved. And that was part of it, was the result of our department doing that initiative. So our department is multitask, not only dealing with customers, but trying to improve customer service as a whole, making more aware of our leaders, what's trying to, is changing in the market or possibly going to happen in the future.
Okay. Do you feel like your department of 3 people is adequately resourced for the task that you've been given?
I would like to get more people in our, but due to budget constraints and the financial position of the company, I would love to have more people.
And last question, what type of proactive outreach do you do to customers to understand whether or not, that you might be at risk of losing that account? How do you connect with customers to stay current with their needs and to understand whether Young Brothers is serving those needs?
Yeah, when we go out and visit customers, whether it's on the neighbor island, on Oahu, we're asking that type of questions in terms of, how is their business? What is their future business in 5 years? To just get a general feel for it. We belong to a number of organizations, and through those organizations that Young Brothers as a whole participates in, not only my group, but the leadership group team, we're trying to develop relationships so we understand where possibly the market is going.
All right. I've got no further questions.
Commissioner Kuai.
Mr. Kiyotoki, I'm not sure if you're the right witness to answer this question, but how often is your shipping or your barges at full capacity?
Yeah, I'm not able to answer that question. I think that's more of an operation.
Okay, but would you agree that volumes have gone down for about the past 5 years?
I would say volume has decreased.
Okay, so, and the amount of sailings have not changed, correct? The number of sailings that you folks have today are the same amount of sailings that you have back in 2019.
I believe you are correct.
Okay, so somehow if the volumes are decreasing and the number of ships that are sailing are the same, and you can't tell me whether or not the barges are at full capacity when sailing.
Yeah, I do not do any of that analysis, if I
Okay.
can say.
but just just making, there's a common sense connection. Would you say that your ships are not sailing at full capacity? If you just do that simple connection?
You know, we carry all types of cargo, so.
You're talking about the non-regulated cargo, non-regulated cargo? Non-regulated cargo?
Non-regulated, I'm not able to answer that question. I don't do the analysis on.
But do you do contracts for the non-regulated cargo?
That is correct.
Okay, so how much of your sales is related to non-regulated cargo?
How much of my sales are related to non-regulated sales?
Yes, non-regulated, yeah, sales, cargo.
Yeah, I would say most of my time is spent with,
That's not what I've asked. My question is, how much of YB's sales are attributed to non-regulated cargo? You're the guy in charge of sales, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you should know what's on the regulated side, on the non-regulated side, because you're in charge of sales, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how much of your sales is attributed to non-regulated cargo versus regulated cargo?
Are you saying in terms of contact with customers? If it's a contact, we spend most of our time with our regulated customers.
Okay. How much of the sales are being generated by the non-regulated customers?
Maybe that might be more of an accounting person that can be able to provide that information.
So you're entering into sales contracts with these parties, but you don't know how much money is being generated by this sector?
I'm not involved in a lot of the interstate contracts.
Who is involved in those contract negotiations?
Usually it is the leadership team that is involved in the larger interstate contracts.
So you bring in a customer. So you bring in a customer, and what you're saying is you don't have any say in the pricing or the negotiations of cargo or any of the contract terms when you bring in these non-regulated customers?
That is, once again, dealt with on the leadership team because of their volume of cargo.
Who specifically on the leadership team?
With the changes that is occurring right now, I am not too sure specifically who would be involved. Maybe that is more of a finance that can be able to direct that answer for you.
So you're not part of the senior management, and you don't know who NYB would be the person in charge of negotiating the details of these contracts for sales that you're bringing in. Is that my understanding?
I am not part of the senior management
So
team.
you are in charge of sales, correct? You're in charge of making sure that you bring in new customers, or having a pulse on what the customers or the forecast of what is needed to keep YB afloat, but you can't tell me the details of what these contracts say or what is being negotiated, and who handles that? Who specifically? Okay. Can you explain to me, when you have a non-regulated customer shipment versus a regulated customer shipment, who takes priority as far as what gets shipped out? Is that built into the contract or not?
That I'm not privileged to some of the contracts. That would be more of an operational.
And who would that be?
That would be Chris Martin.
Okay, I'll save my questions for Mr. Martin. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Yost.
I have a few follow-up. I neglected to ask you questions relating to agricultural products, and because you have, thank you, sorry, Andrew. Because you've got contact with customers, I just wanted to be sure I understand what type of contact you have with agricultural customers. Do you deal with large and small agricultural customers?
Yes, we deal mainly with the larger, and we also deal with the agricultural bureau.
Okay. Do you have knowledge about how your agricultural discount is applied to contracts?
It's stated in our tariff in terms of the discount for the ag discount.
So I have some questions about your tariff and how your tariff may be interpreted and actually implemented in practice. So in your tariff, you state that discounts are only allowed for unprocessed or raw state island agricultural products. Is that correct?
I believe it is correct.
And then also in the tariff, the definition of island agricultural products contains the term island meats. Do you know what island meats means?
Meats that are grown locally within the island.
But are those meats, they're not livestock, correct? They're meats that are meat, meaning like an animal that's no longer alive. Is that what island meats means? Like a steak or a leg of lamb?
In terms of meats, yeah, it would be what you described.
So it sounds like that means that the island meat has been processed in order to become island meat as opposed to livestock. Is that correct?
Correct.
So how does that comport with the exclusion for unprocessed products? Isn't island meat a processed product?
Island meat is a process, but we do provide the discount for when shipping live animals, i.e. cows.
Oh, so you do provide an agricultural discount for livestock that is shipped between islands?
If you're shipping cows that eventually will be slaughtered for local meat, yes.
Okay, because the word livestock is excluded from your definition as well. How does the public or how do agricultural producers know, if it's not in your tariff, that a discount will apply to livestock?
So we work hand in hand with the cattleman industry. So Young Brothers is members of the cattleman industry. So we participate with them in terms of whether they're having some conventions, if they have some shipping questions.
Also in your definitions, you mentioned coffee. Are you referring only to just unprocessed coffee beans, or do you give producers agricultural discounts for roasted coffee that's being shipped between islands?
I'm not familiar with shipping coffee. Yeah.
Okay, what about macadamia nuts that have been roasted or covered in chocolate? Do you provide an agricultural discount for those between islands?
I'm not familiar with that.
Is there any information available to the public other than this tariff that explains when Young Brothers does or does not allow an agricultural discount?
I am not aware of anything else other than the tariff.
So you don't have any marketing materials that you distribute to the public or to potential customers relating to agricultural products?
Not that I'm aware of right now.
Have you ever had any marketing materials distributed to the public relating to agricultural products?
I can't recall.
You would know though, right? Because you're in charge of the marketing department at Young Brothers, correct?
Well, we've actually have divided that and created a marketing department also.
I see. Who's in charge of the marketing department?
Well, it falls under Chris Nakagawa. Under there.
And how long ago was that division made to have the marketing department fall under Chris Nakagawa?
That was roughly about 3 years after our emergency rate increase.
Okay,
And there was some restructuring.
okay. But here. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kiyotoki, just want to confirm what you responded to Commissioner Yost. So you allow the discount on livestock being sent to slaughter,
Correct.
even if that slaughterhouse may be on the mainland, which means it would probably be in transit to either Matson or Pesha or someone to take to the West Coast if the slaughterhouse is there. The discount still applies, at least intrastate, right?
This, if it's moving intrastate, then we would apply the discount for there. I
Okay.
do not know.
Like, well, let me clarify that, right? Because my understanding that there's one slaughterhouse left, like, I believe on the Big Island, right? So when someone in the industry wants to ship their livestock to slaughter, is the discount only if it's going to the slaughterhouse on the Big Island? Or does that include, right, say, if it's coming from the Big Island, but then needs to be sent to the mainland, which means it's kind of in transit, right? You probably comes to Oahu and then gets on a Matson ship or some other ship that's going to go interstate, right? So does the discount apply for it getting to Honolulu?
If I can clarify something, there is slaughterhouses on each of the islands.
Okay,
There is one in Hilo, one on Oahu, and there is also one on Maui
okay,
that does slaughter. Now, the ones that are going back to the mainland, South Pacific, I would not be able to tell you if they are getting the island product discount. Because all we're seeing is the move that is coming from neighbor island back to Oahu.
okay. Okay, just want to confirm too. So you or your staff currently do not do any type of shipping or volume projections for the company. In other words, looking at trends and where it might go, right, in terms of volume and or shipping or customers.
We will do just kind of generally in terms of, just trying to look at certain customers,
Okay,
but I don't think we have as a comprehensive or robust, system.
okay. And in your years with YB, not any type of involved type of projections, to your knowledge, have been done? I mean,
That's
just the
correct.
general
That's correct.
type. And then maybe if you could, for my edification, in the past couple of years, right? You've seen the volume go down, right? Or I mean, you've heard about it. Can you give me an idea of what type of kind of new revenue sources you've been looking out there, trying to kind and I point to the milk run. Was that like an example of kind of a potential new revenue source for the company?
You're correct on the car holo,
Yeah,
or what we call as a milk one, was part of the result of doing some customer surveys. Where the, customers wanted their vehicles protected. They wanted more frequency. This gave in like opportunities for rent-a-cars to move large volume of cars, especially shortly after COVID when you couldn't get cars.
Yeah.
So it gave that opportunity to move cars around at a quicker pace. But, to answer your question, yeah, this was one of the initiatives that came about from the surveys as well as a revenue source.
Any others that may have come from that survey, or even just your, right, talking to customers or?
Yeah, we are always getting inquiries from various new business possibly that are going to be out there. It could be sources of moving eucalyptus trees. It could be sources of moving, trash and even, aggregate. So there are sources that our department is always trying to look at possibly that may come about in the near future.
Commissioner Yost?
Yep, sorry, one other follow-up. Have you had any interactions with agricultural customers where there was some kind of dispute about an agricultural customer thinking they were entitled to a discount, but Young Brothers disagreed?
I can't recall of any right now. We've been working with the Farm Bureau because I think they want to expand a definition or added value. So that is something that we're looking at that possibly may help the ag industry.
Were you involved in the creation of the definition of island agricultural products that's in Young Brothers tariff?
No, I was not.
Are you familiar with other definitions that exist out there, like the one that DOT has and the one that the Department of Agriculture has for agricultural products? Are you aware of those different definitions that exist?
No, I'm not.
You want to follow up? Thank you.
Commissioner Kuai?
Along the same lines, Mr. Kiyotoki, you mentioned that you're in active talks with the Cattlemen's Association, right? What about transport of other farm animals like goats or sheep? That seems to be like a new active industry. Have you seen increased volumes from those industries as well?
Yes, we do, and that's something that we talk with the cattleman industry from there, and they give us some guidance from there.
Okay, and are those livestock extended the same type of preference or benefits as the cattle?
I am not able to determine that because I don't know of the frequency for some of those outside of cattle.
So who would have that information about?
It's all lumped into livestock, so I don't think we'd be able to segregate whether it's sheep, goats.
So is also sheep, goats, cattle, are they all treated the same when they come to the ports for shipment? Are they treated all the same? And I guess handling is the same? Do you know?
Correct. When any type of livestock, we put a priority in terms of loading and unloading. Yeah.
And do you know if those require advance notice to you folks or or is that something?
Yeah, anytime they do ship livestock, there is a advanced booking that is required.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Ono?
No redirect.
Recross?
No further.
Nothing further. All right, thank you, Mr. Kiyotoki.
Thank you.
Mr. Ono, I'm looking at Ms. Lum and Mr. Lawton. If you'd like to proceed with them, and I'm just looking because I don't think there's a lot of questioning of them, so we might be able to get through them and then start with Mr. Brubaker, get to Mr. Martin and Mr. Nakagawa tomorrow.
That's fine. We just need to get Ms. Lum is downstairs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Can we take
Why
a
don't we do
recess?
10-minute recess together?
Thank you.
Thank you. Back from recess. And we're gonna take Shannon Lum out of order. So Ms. Lum, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Lum.
Great. Thank you for being here today. I wanted to clarify, what is the number of open positions Young Brothers requested in its initial application?
In our initial application, we requested 5 positions.
Great. So to be clear, YB did not request the inclusion of 7 vacant positions?
That is correct.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. Were any of these positions necessary to fill the gap left by YB's transition away from shared services?
Yes, they were.
Can you give me some examples?
Yes, I can. There are 2 positions for IT that were to fill the gap that shared services provided for YB. In addition to that, we also have the HR manager position, kind of fills the gap that the benefits for YB that was supplied for from shared services.
Great. Are there any other reasons why you consider these positions necessary?
I consider all of the positions necessary in order to move, they're essential to fill in order to move YB forward.
Great, thank you. We will tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Knox.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lum. How are you?
Great.
I just wanted to check on the status of these 5 positions. So am I correct that 2 have been filled?
Correct.
And the other 3 that have not been filled yet, what's the status of those?
The other 3 that have not been filled are currently posted and we're actively recruiting for.
Okay. Have you made any offers for those 3?
Not just yet. We're still in the recruiting process.
Okay. So what would you say is the likelihood that they'll be filled within the test year?
I would say we have all the faith and intend to fill the positions by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Ms. Verbrugge.
I have no questions for this witness.
Right. Questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Lum. No further questions. Then we'll bring up Mr. Scott Lawton. Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, YB stands on the record of Mr. Lawton's submitted direct testimony and his sponsor our responses and waives direct testimony.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Knox.
Chair, we have no cross questions right now.
Okay. Ms. Verbrugge, any
No questions.
commissioners? I just have one. Mr. Lawton, would you be in charge of, I guess, the environmental aspects of what's happening on the pier itself?
Yes,
That
that's
falls
correct.
under you. Okay, so were you around, well, how long have you been at YB? Let's put it.
I started at Young Brothers April 1st, 2024.
Okay. So you weren't around, when there was an incident at the piers, regarding, an environment, right, I'll call it an environmental infraction founded by the EPA.
No, I don't
Was it?
recall anything during my tenure.
Okay. Were you aware of that?
Can you provide any specific details
I
on?
think it went towards, cleaning of, I guess the containers or the shipping, you know, yeah, vessels for short term, when moving livestock. And one of the people who was kind like washed it off and then at the pier, which would be a violation of the Clean Water Act, etc. Were you aware of that, or are you aware of that?
No, I have no recollection of that.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just want to make sure. Any redirect?
No redirect.
Okay. Cross?
Thank you.
All right.
Along the lines that the chair had referenced, does YB have process and procedures for the handling of livestock stormwater when cleaning out vessels or anything that carries livestock? Which was the subject of the EPA violation at the time.
Okay, so
It was a stormwater violation.
like I said previously, I don't have information on that specifically, but when we do transport livestock, it is the responsibility of the rancher or the transporter to provide the containers for that livestock. And they're also responsible for maintaining it and cleaning it and not leaving anything on our piers or in the water.
Okay, so just to clarify, my understanding is that currently the livestock comes in, is delivered in the shipper's own vehicles or vessels, I should say. And they remove it direct, or it goes on the ship and it goes off the ship, and no handling of the cattle is done by YB's employees.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so hearing none, let me kind of give you a game plan for tomorrow. We'll start with Mr. Brubaker. We'll get into Mr. Martin and Nakagawa, and hopefully we can move up Ms. Kishimoto tomorrow, if she is available.
She's available.
Yeah, and then we'll see if we can get through Mr. Fisher and Mr. Starkey. I'm also cognizant of, right, if we do accomplish that, and that's a lot for tomorrow. Is it okay with the consumer advocate that their witnesses will be ready the following day?
I believe so, Chair.
Okay.
So witnesses Dante McGrace and Carl Pavlik are supposed to be getting in tomorrow, later tomorrow, and so they should be available by Wednesday morning. And Michelangelo is recovering. So
Might have to do them remotely. Anyway, okay, so why don't we break for today? We'll give you back 2.5 hours. You guys can all regroup, and we'll start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock with Mr. Brubaker, and then kind of go in order. Mr. Ono, any questions?
No, we're fine with that. I
Right.
just want to be clear. So even if we finish Young Brothers witnesses tomorrow, we're not going to start the consumer advocate's witness until Wednesday.
Yeah, because if they're coming in tomorrow afternoon.
yeah, and yeah, as we agreed, Mugreis and Pavlovic are not available until Wednesday at the soonest. We did not talk about Michelangelo in those terms. However, for everyone's sake and for his sake, if we are anywhere into the afternoon by the time we would finish all of the Young Brothers witnesses, then for his sake, for our sake, I would say it'd be best that he also goes on Wednesday.
And that's fine with Young Brothers.
Okay. All right, we will recess until tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Thank you all.
Thank you.